Àyànmọ́ mi látọwọ́ Olúwa ni ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣí mi nípò padà ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lékè ayé. Àyànmọ́ mi látọwọ́ Olúwa ni ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣí mi nípò padà ẹlẹ́dá mi yé mo bẹ̀bẹ̀ yé ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lékè ayé. Baba Rotimi, Baba Bukola mi o, Baba Ọlánrewájú, Odile Roloye, Ilẹ̀ Ọmọlọ́lá, Samson Ogunlade o, Ọba Èjìrẹ́ ọkọ Bọ́lá. Vasco da Gama, Baba Taju. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ni ó Ọmọlọ́lá, Baba Yẹmisí. Ayọ̀délé Director, àwọn Lọ́rin Lawrence mi, Baba Ṣẹ́gun. Odile Roloye, Ọ̀kẹ́ Aminu, Baba Dúpẹ́. Kékeré Jímọ̀, Baba Nurudini, ọkọ Fausa. Débẹ́lá Dédèjì, ọkọ Làbákẹ́. Àrígìdì ò bàbá ń joyè, Ìwà Ọlọ́lá. Mátíù mi ò bàbá Lẹ́gbà. Àwọn àkọ́bí Roloye ilẹ̀ ọmọ Ọlọ́lá. Òbẹ́ òbẹ́ kọ̀ padà dáadáa. Monday John Ọlọ́lá bàbá Fẹ́mi. Alájálá mi ọmọ Ọlọ́lá, alájálá mi ọmọ Alájàṣadé. Alájálá mi ọmọ Ọlọ́lá, alájálá mi ọkọ Alájàṣadé. Alájálá mi ọmọ Ọlọ́lá, alájálá mi ọkọ Alájàṣadé. ọ̀rẹ́ mi ká má kúrò ká mú tẹ̀gàn kúrò ṣadé dára lóbìnrin. ọ̀rẹ́ mi ká má kúrò ká mú tẹ̀gàn kúrò ṣadé dára lóbìnrin. You have traveled all over the world. Ajala traveled all over the world. Ajala traveled, Ajala traveled, Ajala traveled all over the world. Àná wa lọ mú mi rántí Adúsálámì. Adúsálámì ọkọ̀ alájà. Àfọ̀njá ni lérò lóye mi. Ó di lérò Adúsálámì ọkọ̀ alájà. Ó di lérò Adúsálámì ọkọ̀ alájà. Ọba máa yọwọ́ lọ́rọ̀ ẹ ọkọ̀ alájà. Olúwa tó ń ṣe jíjẹ òun ló ń ṣe mímu. Kárábì tó ń ṣe jíjẹ òun ló ń ṣe mímu. Òun ló gbé ẹ̀dá yẹn tó wà ó. Alájà ló ń ṣàkìlọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Alájà ló ń sọ̀kọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Alájà mi ò ṣá ní bùtíkì. Alájà ló ń sọ̀kọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Ẹ̀mí méje o, ẹ̀mí méje. Alájà ló ń sọ̀kọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Ṣáàbí bùtì ẹ kí alájà rere. Alájà ló ń sọ̀kọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Bí alájà, bí alájà, bí alájà o. Alájà ló sọ̀kọ̀ kún fún alájàlá. Alhaji Babs Alálàdé o. Ọmọ ẹni máa ṣá. Alhaji Babs Alálàdé o. Ọmọ ẹni máa ṣá. Ọkọ kò bọ́rọ̀ la Àdùkẹ́. Ọkọ Ìyábọ̀dé. Má fìyà jẹ o, má bòṣì dá o. Má fìyà jẹ o, má bòṣì dá o. Ọlọ́run má fìyà jọ máa ní má ṣàwọn, má bòṣì dá o. Àlàdé ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Àforí ẹni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Àforí ẹni. Tó bá lọ́gbọ́n fi síkùn ara ẹ. Ayé ò fẹ́ kó yẹ ni. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Bàbá Yéwándé mi ò bàbá Fuat. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Àlàdé ò táǹfẹ́ ni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ani máa ṣàwọn Aláàjì Báwùsì ní alálàdé. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ó dilé alálàdé. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Táǹfẹ́ ni. Ènìyàn ò fẹ́ ní fọ̀rọ̀. Òwe lọ̀rọ̀ ayé, kádàrá ẹ̀dá kò dọ́gba. Òwe lọ̀rọ̀ ayé, kádàrá ẹ̀dá kò dọ́gba. Ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ kọ́lé ẹ ń rojú. Ẹ ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí, ẹ ti gbàgbé akulẹ̀yàn. Òwe lọ̀rọ̀ ayé, kádàrá ẹ̀dá kò dọ́gba. Òwe lọ̀rọ̀ ayé, kádàrá ẹ̀dá kò dọ́gba. Ọ̀ṣínú sì níjẹ̀bú òde òde o. Ọ̀ṣínú sì níjẹ̀bú òde òde o. Bọ̀dé ránṣẹ́ ọmọlọ́lá. Ọmọlọ́lá níjẹ̀bú òde. Ọ̀ṣínú sì níjẹ̀bú òde òde o. Ọ̀ṣínú sì níjẹ̀bú òde. Tiwa làyàn fẹ́rẹ́ kí bọ́dé o. Ọ̀ṣínú sì níjẹ̀bú òde òde o. Láìdé ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀. Ọmọ alákẹ́mọ mẹ́rìndínlógún. Ìjàǹtẹ̀bọ̀ níjẹ̀bú òde. Ìjẹ̀bú òde o, Ajagbalúra. Ọmọ àfìdípọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀. Àfìdípọ̀ tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ níjẹ̀bú òde. Àwọ̀ Ọ̀ṣínú sì Bọ̀dé mi o. Bọ̀dé Ọ̀ṣínú sì àwọ̀ orí ló ní í ṣe. Àwọ̀ Aláàjì ọmọ orí ló ní í ṣe. Ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀. Ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀. Ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀. Ọmọ alágẹmọ mẹ́rìndínlógún. Ìjàǹtẹ̀bọ̀ níjẹ̀bú òde. Ìjẹ̀bú òde o, Ajagbalúra. Ọmọ àfìdípọ̀ tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀. Àfìdípọ̀ tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ níjẹ̀bú òde. Àwọn Bọ̀dé mi Ọ̀ṣínú sí. Àwọn Sékù Aláàjì lórí ló ní ṣe. Ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀. Ọmọ ọmọ rọ́pọ̀ ọmọ rọ́pọ̀. Board members, Akérèlé board members, Sawani. Board members, Akérèlé board members, Sawani. Sọ̀yà Olú chairman àjọ tú ẹgbẹ́. Sọ̀yà Olú chairman àjọ tú ẹgbẹ́. Yínká Rhodes lẹ́ barista lọ́yà. Board members. Wọ́n kú wọ́ọ̀lù àgòrò. Àgòrò bàbá mo gbàdúrà. Wọ́n kú wọ́ọ̀lù àgòrò. Àgòrò bàbá mo gbàdúrà. Aṣọ tó bá mú ṣe àgòrò fi jayé. Àsìkò àgòrò wá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ o. Managing director ọlọ́lá ìgbádùn wa.
Yeah.
Managing director ọlọ́lá ìgbádùn fún ẹ.
No.
Odile àgòrò mi, àgòrò, odile àgòrò mi, àgòrò. Àwọn currency controller, Adéyẹlá, àgòrò mi. Àwọn yẹmọ Adéyẹlá ò currency controller mi. Àwọn Síkírù Ṣítàbẹ̀lẹ̀ ọ̀ṣẹ́. Odile àgòrò, àgòrò.
I don't want you to run away, Mr. Jukudu, so I want to keep an eye on you. Please, can you just, for those of you far behind, can you just move forward so that we fill up the chairs, in front? Just leave the first 2 rows vacant for some of the people we're in. But first 2 rows vacant. First 2 rows vacant. You can do the... Chairman Abuja. The chairman of the state branches, as much as possible, he should be in front. We just leave 2 seats vacant for 3 seats vacant for some important personalities that we are expecting. You can use one of those. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order in a moment so that we can start. I think we have a quorum now. Regina is going to be a master or mistress or madam of ceremony today. But I think before we do anything, we have to have an opening prayer. And I reckon that that's been sorted.
Great as Akakai, great as Akakites. Right, we know we have a number of clergy amongst us. I'd like any one of them to come do the opening prayer. Thank you. Anybody,
No, please, can I just get
or Muslim?
Can you just get somebody, or I'll do the prayers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me do the prayer. Don't worry. Oh, okay.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the Master of the Day of Judgment. thee alone we worship, and it is from thee we ask for help. We beseech Almighty God to guide these deliberations. We pray that all our discussions here today will be to the benefits of our alma mater, the University of Lagos, and indeed humanity. May Almighty God accept our prayers. Thank you.
Greatest acolytes. Greatest acolytes. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. Okay, I think it's quite cold in here, but I'd love it if we do it like we would have done it years ago. Some of us has been 50 years since we were at the university as students, some 20, but then we still have the energy. So once again, greatest acolytes. Aha, thank you. It's a wonderful time. We want to say thank God Almighty for bringing us to this very moment. I consider it as worthy or an honor for me and worthy to God for this opportunity. 2020 wasn't a funny year, as it were, but then we are here as survivors. Can you put your hands together while you're thanking God for being part of it? Right, I would have to start by saying, good afternoon once again and welcome to the 2020 University of Lagos Alumni 2020 Annual General Meeting is tagged a gathering of stars. Greatest acolytes, we are indeed stars. Stars in every facet of life, both nationally and globally, in governance, business, and industry, journalism, and of course, sports and entertainment. And in attracting some of our many stars in town, we decided, with the good leadership of our own president here, to move the AGM away from the comfort zone, talking about our campus, to the prestigious GRA Ikeja at this hotel. And we want to thank our star in the spotlight, in the person of the national president worldwide, Dr. John Momo, OON, MPOM, for footing the bill for the impressive location. Okay, thank God that we are moving to the new normal. I understand that, of course, we all know that we are actually having it virtual and on site. And because we have to adhere to the COVID regulations, I'd like to say welcome to all acolytes that are online. So please can we wave to them and just give a shout, greatest acolytes. All right, thank you so much for joining us across the globe. Somehow, I would say it's another advantage that everyone is present here. My name is Regina Chris Obodo. I'm the National Publicity Secretary. And I'd like to recognize in our midst, we know we're all very important personalities, but I'd like to recognize some personalities that it's just right to give honor to whom honor is due. I'm beginning from my left here, our own father, an elder, a great statesman, I must say, Professor Olaide Abbas OON, a past resident. Welcome, sir. We're glad you made it. And of course, next to him is our own daddy also, Ashiwaju Michael Olawale Cole, CON MFR. A great man indeed. And of course, we have another past president, Mr. Adebowale Thompson. Welcome, sir. Next to him is the Vice President of the Alumni Association, Vice President 1, in person of Dr. Fasi Yusuf. And of course, our own president worldwide, a man of virtue, a man of high regard, which I know all of us respect him, none other than Dr. John Momo, OOM and POM. Welcome, Mr. President. And of course, we have another strong man in the house, our leader also. He happens to be the Chairman Governing Council, University of Lagos, in person of Senator Lanre Tejo. Welcome, sir. We're glad to have you. And of course, we have next to him the National Secretary in person of Chief Olabisi Ogundipe. So next to him is another gentleman, a great architect, in person of the National Vice President too, Mr. Bala Abdul. We have someone close, I think a mother in the house. Yes, I hope I'm not skipping. Okay, I'm not skipping. A wonderful mother. And of course, we are so glad to have her, Her Excellency Alhaja Sinatu Ojukutu. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to recognize also in our midst all the chairpersons from various branches, talking about the chairman of, let me start with the chairman of Warri chapter, talking about Chief Vincent Irakotobo. He's the vice chairman, rather. Let's put our hands together for him. Okay, I think I skipped another important personality here in person of Professor Kunle Iyonda. My sincere apology. Welcome, sir, and thank you for coming. Okay, we have also from Warri chapter, a former vice chairman, Elder Ogogovia SA. I hope I got the name right. Well, I like to, of course, because of time, I like to just recognize, and I'm sure some are online, the Akwa Ibom branch. Are they here? Are they here? Greater Zakakites. We'd like to see the delegation from Akwa Ibom, led by the, I think the PRO. Is he here? The PRO? Great. Thank you so much, Matthew, for coming. And of course, we have the North American chapter. I think the vice chairman, she's the vice president. She's online talking about Mrs. Abimbola Omotosho. Is she online? Right, live online. Oh, she's live here. Okay, it's because she wore an Ashobi. So I was looking out for her. All right. Also, we have the Lagos State Branch chairperson in person of Dr. Benjamin Oluwojebutu. Welcome, sir. We have our Imo State Branch, of course, she's online. The chairperson, Dr. Nonye, she's online. We had a discussion not too long ago. Our Anambra State chairperson is also online, and our Enugu branch. I'm leaving these vibrant people, calling them much later. I'm going to especially welcome them because they give me joy when I see them. But let me recognize Dr. Kayode Owolabi. Is he in the house? Let's recognize him. Welcome, sir. Professor Abraham Oshinkombi, am I right? Oshinubi, I think the writing. Professor Abraham Oshinubi, is he here? Welcome, sir. And of course, we have Mrs. Olutomi Olo. Okay, this writing. Please help me before I mother this name. We need to get the pronunciation right. Olorunleke. I think talking about Mrs. Olutomi Olorunleke. She's here. Thank you so much, ma'am. And of course, our Warri branch chairman. I couldn't have forgotten you, Mr. Falobi Babalola. Welcome, sir. Right. Okay, this particular group of people have been wonderful all throughout. When they do their thing, they have some drama to it. Talking about the 1989 to 1991 set. Great as Akokais, let's recognize them. Of course, I mentioned all the chairman's names, all the chairman's name. I need to mention the name of the person that led the opening prayer, talking about Mr. Aliu Akoshile. He is actually the branch chairman of Abuja. Welcome, sir. Right, the names will be coming as I'm presented. I think I have to relinquish the microphone back to our president. Mr. President, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Rojana. Thank you, as always, for your prowess in directing affairs in the AGMs and alumni affairs. But I just want to say before we move on that we adopt the agenda for this meeting. I'd like to have somebody move to adopt and another person to second. Do we have somebody passing the microphones around, please? Jenna? With your face cap. Just want to announce that the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, the University of First Choice, has just joined us. Thank you very much indeed. So I asked that we should move to adopt the agenda and another person to second. If you just, I'm sure your voice will carry through if you just rise and. You were late. Okay, let's do it again, just to fulfill our righteousness.
Hi, Abimbola Motosho, class of 89 to 91, moved to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Otobo Matthew, the Assistant Secretary of Kwara State Branch, hereby second the motion for adoption of this agenda.
I presume that we've all seen the minutes. This was distributed. And so reading of the, we'll start with the reading of the notice first, and then we can then adopt the minutes, and then move on to matters around.
Greatest Akokites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokites. Once again, Chief Adebisi Ogundipe. National Secretary. Notice of 2020 Annual General Meeting. Notice is hereby given that in line with Section 13, Sub 3 of the Association's Constitution, the 2020 Annual General Meeting of the University of Lagos Alumni Association will be held as follows. Date, Sunday, November 28, 2021. Venue, Providence Hotel, 12 Oba Akinjobi Way, Ikeja, Lagos. Time, 2 p.m. prompt. Agenda, accreditation, call to order, opening prayer, reading of the notice of which I'm doing now, National President's Welcome Address, reading and adoption of the minutes of 2019 AGM, matters arising, report from the Secretariat, annual report on audited accounts for the year, ratification of the appointment of new external auditor, auditor's report, reports from the branches and chapters, any other business, closing. Please note that there will be adherence to COVID-19 protocols. The annual general meeting will be by hybrid, physical and virtual. For confirmation of physical attendance, kindly forward your name because I think we can understand that. Members who are yet to pay, I think we can all. This notice is by the order of the National Executive Committee, dated this day, 5th day of November 2021. That is the notice of this annual general meeting. Thank you.
Can we have, okay, it was an earlier move, so we can just go ahead with my opening remarks. Thank you very much indeed. Once again, I'd like to say thank you for everybody for coming. You can see whether we're looking all bright and, you know, in spite of the fact that we're wearing our masks, you can see some of the smiles behind those masks. So that's quite good. At least it heralds it's a sign of good things to come. Great Akokites. Great Akokites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. Permit me to take out my mask since others are wearing theirs now, and so that I can be audible. You know, I just engaged myself in flipping through the archives and pictorial albums of AGMs and events as far back as 1981. And seeing a galaxy of past presidents, officers of the association, and other great Akokites convening and deliberating reignites fond memories of the days of old and of how long your alumni association has been a partner in progress in the redefinition and development of its alma mater, the University of Lagos, the University of First Choice. It's on this note that I, on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the University of Lagos Alumni Association, welcome you all to 2020, says, annual general meeting, fittingly tagged a gathering of stars. Pro-Chancellor, the past presidents, the Vice Chancellor, the Mrs. Sinato Jukutu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great thing to be alive at this time. As thriving survivors of a pandemic that changed the world as we knew it pre-2020. The pandemic was a harsh reminder of how change is constant and will be thrust on us, regardless of how ready or not we are. We have, as a result of this, changed our outlook and ways of doing things. And our overriding attitude is a new normal which is the cliche that has now gained ground. And our resolve has deepened us to succeed despite the odds, to know that as one door closes, another one opens. This year, we have chosen a different venue for a more conducive and refreshing environment. As great things happen when we leave our comfort zones and explore other avenues or places. Passing our resolved, sorry, I think I jumbled up things there. I have jumbled up my script. That's not usual. Bye. That's not what I was supposed to read. Okay. So we had a sad situation that we experienced sometime last year in the advent of COVID and all the havoc that the virus has done. And sadly, one of us, Professor Ibidapo Oyewusi Ibidapo Obe, passed on. Sadly, this will be our first AGM without him. He was a former vice chancellor of our alma mater and a trustee of the association, and indeed a huge pillar of support. During his enviable lifetime, no time did he ever forget or fail to put our university uppermost in his mind. We recall the incident of the ill-advised naming of our university during the administration of President Jonathan. It was Professor Ibidapo Obe who saw that as incongruous to the prestige and heritage of our alma mater and joined forces with other committed Akokites who used all instruments within their power to retain the status quo. A deeply resourceful individual, he was an unassuming colossus who granted access to all who sought his counsel. He was a brilliant man, a brilliant mind, and had a career that was so successful and so unique, and he was an enabler. Practicing his belief that a timely move can mold a destiny, a quote attributed to him. He deployed his intellect selflessly, both in his immediate discipline and in other areas to the benefit of one and all and the society. Professor Ibidapo Obe was instrumental to the partnership that the Alumni Association cultivated with Zenith Bank, PLC, that led So years before this partnership with Zenith Bank, he facilitated the construction of the first building owned by the Alumni Association, the Alumni Postgraduate House, even to his own inconvenience. In summary, Professor Ibidakpo Obe, officer of the Federal Republic, was an icon. He made history and was a well-celebrated scholar the world over. With his gifted aptitude and self-effacing mien, his star quality was glaring to all. His passing was a huge blow to our association, and he will be sorely missed. And so we pray that the Almighty God will grant his soul continued repose. We also remember other great Akokites who have passed on to the great beyond, and pray that the Almighty God grant their souls eternal rest. And for all of them, I ask that we observe a moment of silence in their honor. May their memories always be a blessing to us all. I wish to acclaim our alumni in Nigeria and across the world who continue to do us proud. The year 2020 was, despite the menace of COVID-19, marked by giant strides for many of our alumni and alumni in many fields of endeavor. We have reserved the term distinguished for this category of illustrious alumni for their noble achievements and accomplishments and to inspire others. We do not use this term lightly, and we're determined to continue to celebrate and decorate our frontrunners in this wise. The elections of 2020, we held our elections last year, and I was returned to this great seat by the search committee with the endorsement of the House. I faithfully accepted the second and final term, and thus I took the oath of office with the resolve to continue to serve to my optimal ability. And I thank you all. Returning to serve a second term with me were the following alumni: Dr. Chief Fasi Yusuf, First National Vice President. Mr. Olajide Olakomi, also known as PANAF. He is our National Legal Advisor. Mrs. Regina Chris Ogbodo, our National Publicity Secretary. Dr. Abdul Lekong Badamosi, our National Social Secretary. Mr. Taiwo Akifolari, National Ex Officio. And Dr. now Professor Aderonke Lawal Are, also an ex officio. She's not here. The elected officers from the exercise: Mr. Bala Abdul, Second National President. Chief Adebisi Ogundikwe, our National Secretary. Mr. Harris Alade, the National Treasurer. Mazi the Great, A. James Moses. Assistant National Secretary. Mr. Yomi Oweye, the National Internal Auditor. Mr. Taiwo Rasulu, the National Financial Secretary, is absent. Dr. Wahid Olagunju, who is a national ex-officio, is away in Canada. He sent his apologies. As a matter of fact, National Secretary, they have to let us know those who sent apologies. I skipped that. Mr. Olumide Akinola, national ex-officio. We thank the Electoral Committee, chaired by the very distinguished Asiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, Commander of the Order of the Niger, member of the Federal Republic. I'm sure this CNIM refers to the National Institute of Management, the commander, the companion, and former president of Nigerian Institute of Management, who is in tow for another investiture in a couple of days' time. So these elections were free and fair and very transparent. If you recall that in my address at the AGM of last year, I said as follows: alumni should strive relentlessly to enhance this brand. We are blessed with some of the most notable alumni any university can boast of. Our members aspiring to serve should reflect on this by striving to offer service above self. We should endeavor to depict an Ivy League brand of alumni: selfless, altruistic, creative, dogged, transparent, accountable, and ready to enhance the Unilag Alumni brand, and bequeathing to those coming behind an enviable legacy in truth and in deed. I mean, just look at you all. You are men and women of timber and caliber. And one of those calibers just walked in. One of the timbers, Senator Ganiu Solomon. It's amazing how Nigeria is being held by these people. And I think that if we put Akokites, great Akokites, in position of authority all over the length and breadth of this country will change.
Me?
If you can, when
Look
it
at our
plays the ball,
Chancellor,
instead of going straight,
distinguished senator,
life manner.
made his mark. And so such a man, when tomorrow he says, I'm going to run for the highest office of the land, I will lead the train. So it's been our guiding principle, along with the National Executive Committee members, as we both realize the weight of the assignment on our shoulders, and will not relent in seeking partnerships and solutions that will help our association and our university. And the university, I must say, has been winning awards, winning accolades, winning grants, winning the best of the best recognition and accomplishments that you can think of, all because we have people who are alumni and who are doing great for the university, led by no other person but by Professor Olutoyin Ogundipe. Oluwatoyin. Oluwatoyin. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. So the strategic plan that we adopted was anchored on the following: to grow the association in all aspects, including overseas and nationally, in quantitative and qualitative expansion, and to increase membership, foster bonding among alumni, and create value for members. Also strive to collaborate with the University Council and the management, and to make Unilag a global brand, and to continuously improve the secretariat of the association in line with best practices for rapid and effective service delivery. Yes, we have grown exponentially in number and participation, and the clamor for participation has indeed grown. Our website has been revamped, and you need to visit the website to match global standards, and is now more interactive to engage our teaming alumni better. Some of the new features include get involved segments for increased participation and contribution, the WhatsApp support, so visitors can ask for help from the secretariat staff in real time, e-payments to facilitate collection of dues to the association's bank accounts, the branch information, e-commerce store for selling souvenirs and memorabilia, a portal, which is strictly for financial members, job posting dashboards, newsletter management, infographic reports, reminder features for subscription and dues, an online store with features for promoting Akokite authors. So there's need for you to visit as we try and strive to continuously improve the website so that we can continue to measure up with international standards. I'm pleased to announce my bequest of a 16-seater bus to the association. The vehicle will not only Thank you. The vehicle will not only function to move staff and officers on official assignments, but will also serve as a tool for the promotion of the association because of the visibility. Our partnership with Zenith Bank PLC, which I disclosed earlier, Zenith Bank is partnering with us by giving us a gigantic alumni building to be named Professor Oye Ibidakwa Obe House in honor of the late professor. And you've probably seen it, but it's a beauty to behold. We earnestly look forward to its completion, even though the construction of the edifice has not been left out in filling its fair share of the excruciating inflation pervading the economy. Prices have more than doubled in most cases. Nonetheless, the bank has held steadfast to its promise and stayed the course in seeing this project through. We thank them immensely. It's just a delay of the lifts being installed because of the fact that the supply chain management around the world has been affected very largely by the COVID pandemic. But that's been worked on. In continuation of our partnership with the university under the administration of Professor Tony Ogunipe, we will continue in our quest to put up the 500-bed space hostel. We have found a strategic partner to collaborate with us on this strategic project. The project has not fully kicked off, mostly owing to the challenges with inflation and attendant modeling amendments. But the project is a work in progress, and we hope to bring you good news about its commencement in the new year. And I spoke with the will-be operators just a few weeks ago, and in due course, we shall be meeting with them to break ground for that hostel. Our job fairs are also a work in progress, and we're enjoying organizations who seek brilliant young minds in their workforce to get on board with us on this program. Again, the pandemic, the challenge posed by COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 affected our fundraising efforts in the year under review, as it debarred us from holding fundraising events. However, efforts to raise funds continued, albeit on a smaller scale. We seize this opportunity to remind our pledge makers of their unredeemed pledges while calling for fresh additional support for our projects. Added to this was the NSAS project, which created a lull in the economy. And of course, the issue of foreign exchange, which has also dealt a deadly blow on the purses of so many people. Our annual due is currently 1,000 naira, 1,000 naira only. You will agree with me, I believe, that this is not reflective of our current realities and indeed should be increased. We shall be communicating the new due or rate to members in the new year in tandem with the provision of our extant constitution. Next are our branches. Our branches are up and doing. The relationship with them has continued to deepen. And I thank our beloved branches and chapters doing us proud and ever expanding. And I ask all the branch chairmen to please, by craving an indulgence, to rise again for recognition. All branch chairmen. All branch chairmen. These are the men who are making the branches tick. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
There is a branch chairman talking about the River State branch chairman is online, live online with us, talking about Chief Dr. Bob Manuel is with us.
Indeed, and that's because they are behind us. That's, if I have ears behind my head, I will see them, but I'll move. Can we have a word from you, please?
Great Akokites. Great Akokites. Great.
That is not set up. So we'll do that so that we don't hold the meeting down. We need to move fast. Our Akwa Ibom, FCT, Anambra, Enugu, Ekiti, Ondo, Imo, Lagos, Delta, United Kingdom, and North America branches, the Warriors Circle, the Engineering Group, Ideraba branch, and others are doing great. Indeed, they are. We're reconnected with our Rivers State branch and look forward to a formal reactivation with fanfare. The contending imbroglio within the association has been majorly addressed. We shall constantly be in search of peace. Our doors remain wide open, and they remain open to receive once again our brethren from other branches. On the legal front, there's good news on the horizon on the matter of the legal suit, as the plaintiffs have resolved to toe the path of peace and reconciliation. We heartily welcome this move, and yet again enjoin other aggrieved members to embrace peace and join hands with us in moving the association forward. We stretch out our hands of fellowship and request that the two residual aggrieved branches should follow suit, and they should follow the examples of the other branches that have returned to the fold. There's no point in having a house that is divided among itself. We should all speak as one. We should be one. That makes us stronger. When you clasp your two hands together, or your fingers together, they're stronger than just having one finger. Enough of the infighting. It is absolutely unnecessary, and that's the truth. When you fight, it creates a lot of disaffection. It creates a lot of disruption. It creates a lot of bad blood. And the real focus, which is the progress of the alumni, suffers. So there's really no reason for it. In the year under review, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, was returned to his position as Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. Following the dissolution of the previous council, and a new one was reconstituted with the appointment of the very distinguished and great Prince Senator Dr. Olanrewaju Tejuosho as Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Board. So you can see why the alumni should be shining. Two of my friends are in the high pedestal, and so we should move the association forward. Our association reiterates the intention to continue in its role as a major stakeholder, partner in progress, and pillar of support in the university. The university is enjoined to holistically resolve the perennial problem in the release of official transcripts, as this issue affects the image of the university. And I know on good authority that this has been resolved gradually, but some people have written to thank the Vice Chancellor and the university for the transcripts that they got. So we, on our own part, are willing to create a desk that will be dedicated to this task. And in closing, I'd like to thank all great Akokites for the confidence that they repose in me and in our team. The new year, 2022, holds a great deal of promise. Never mind the Omicron virus coming from South Africa. But it holds great promise. And as at the last lap in my tenure, I'm committed to seeing us accomplish even much more. We trust that we can count on your support in taking our association and our alma mater to lofty heights. Our raison d'etre is for the advancement of the University of Lagos, and we shall continue to support its development and its development. Long live the University of Lagos, Alumni Association. Long live the University of Lagos, the University of First Choice, the nation's first, and long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all for listening, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think. Please, thank you. Thank you for this standing ovation. But I think I made some oops in my speech. I left out something which was not in my original speech. No, I did. It wasn't. Say again. What do you mean purposely? If I purposely. Sorry, I didn't purposely drop it. No, there was a visit to the vice president. I organized it. So how can I purposely drop it? There was an error in this speech that because this was given to me. It's in my iPad, this speech that I edited. But there was something wrong in this. It was missing. The vice president is the one who's just pointed my attention to it because it's the vice president himself. So he saw the need. So thank you for the standing ovation, but let me just rewind a bit and say we were granted audience by the vice president just a few days ago, this November. And the discussion we held with him included his possible involvement in our proposed hostel, participation in Abuja branch activities, his base branch, and to discuss our plans for the University of the Lagos Alumni Live, again, which is missing in the script. Unilag Alumni Live is something we want to start next year, and it will entail us having a live webinar, which will showcase some of the most distinguished alumni that we have. And we have a package, a very good package, which will be a combination of live and recorded features and chats that will come on stream from January. I commended that to the vice president and accepted. So I'm pleased to announce that he received our appeal very well. And I'm also glad that he declared that the visit was at no cost to the association. I know that I've closed earlier, and I'm just trying to put an NB onto it. But I just want to say that the Vice President has also promised to attend the launch of the new iconic building when we dedicate it and open it next year. And we're going to do it in grand style. And when I mean in grand style, trust me, I'll put all the weight of channels behind it to make sure that it's grand. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you all.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. President, for that report. I'd like to recognize some dignitaries that came in the course of Mr. President's speech. I'd like to recognize Honorable Justice Yemi Olukolu. Is it Olukolu? Is here. Let's put our hands together for him. And of course, our former Assistant National Secretary, Mrs. Ajoke Belei, is here. And the former National Treasurer, Mr. Kola Kalejaye, is here. Professor Franklin Emeka is also here. I've already announced that the Chief Bob Manuel, Chairman of River State, is on Zoom. Let's recognize him, ladies and gentlemen. We also have a senior advocate of Nigeria in the person of Mr. Shegun Fabumi, that's here. He actually facilitated a recent visit of some of our delegates to the state's Chief Judge, talking about Lagos State Chief Judge, Honorable Justice Kazim Aluba. All right, I need you to pay attention here. Owner of Toyota Sienna, registration number LSD 60FD, and Honda Accord, registration number GK759 LND. Please, you need to repark your cars. They say that the security around that place where you park the car isn't just right. So you might need to repark the cars closer to this building. Thank you very much. All right, having done that, I'd like any person here to move the motion for the president's speech. That's the movement of the motion of the president's speech. Anybody here? Okay, I can see your hand there. Thank you, sir. Please, let's give him the microphone.
Hello? Moved that the president's speech be unanimously adopted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody here to respond? I would have loved.
Thank you.
Okay.
I, Dr. Dayo Badejo, hereby second the motion that we adopt that speech by our president for documentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, once again, I relinquish the microphone to you for the matters arising. Our apologies.
IT man.
Yeah.
Check 1, 2. The apologies. Okay. Well, so that is recorded.
Greatest Akokaites. Yeah, there are some of our very distinguished members who, for one reason or the other, could not attend this meeting, and they sent in their apologies. So I want to quickly go through the list. First on the list is Dr. M.Y.I. Salami. He's our past president. Also on the list is Prince Adeyemi Adefulu, MFR, also our past president. Dr. Wahid Olagunju, the president mentioned that that is presently in Canada. Mr. Charles Onyeagba, Mr. Walter Igbas, Chief Poli Emenike, Chairman Neros Pharmaceuticals. Her Excellency Princess Sarah Soso, OFR, former Deputy Governor, Lagos State. Chief Wole Olanikpeku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Tope Smart, MD, Name Insurance. Mr. Ade Brimo, Chairman, Alpha Morgan Capital. Mr. Shegun Omoseyin, MD, Mutual Assurance PLC. Well, we are happy to have Senator Ganiu Solomon here, so his name will not be recorded for that. Also on the list is Senator Sheye Ogunlewe, who is not here with us. Those are the apologies. Yes, also our immediate past president, Olorogun Dr. Soni Kuku, is not here with us. I think his flight was rescheduled. That's why he's not here. He wants to be here by all means, but he cannot do any otherwise. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So the last time I referred to the minutes, and I said I presume that you've all seen the minutes. So we'll take them as read, and then we can just quickly go through them and see if there are any typos or errors or omissions before we adopt the minutes.
Thank you.
Our IT man, can you please make sure that there's order in your technical arrangement, please? Is that for us? They're supposed to be participating. Is it for us? Okay. Minutes of the meeting, any typos, errors from page 9? The name is not correctly spelled, please let us know. Because I'm going to move very swiftly on it. Page 10. Page 10. Number 46. Surname is not indicated. What's the surname? Sorry. Your surname, please. What's your surname? Ishioye Ojutiku. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Secretary, please. And Secretariat. Did you say page 5? We're not on page 5, we're on page 10. Are you referring to Roman figure? Well, that's not the minutes, right? We're talking about the minutes now. Number 11, page 11. Page 12. Page 12, I can see some hands up. Page 12, who is moving the microphones around, please? Page 11, yes? But analogically included. We will digitally include it. Thank you for the. Please, can you get his name? Oni.
Thank you, Dr. Oni Michael.
Dr. Oni Michael should be included as having attended the meeting via Zoom, please. Any other on page 11 before I move on?
Sorry, Mr. President, Adeoti Lukman.
What page are you on?
That should be page 9 because
You're taking us back.
I attended physically, but I couldn't see my name here. Page 9, page 10, I couldn't see my name.
Okay, which means you're just saying the minutes. Okay, let's include his name if attended by Zoom. Secretariat, please note that. Physically. Page 11.
Yeah, Mr. President, sir,
Yes.
Page 10, I attended on Zoom, but my name is missing. Eniola Salo Akitunde.
Okay, can I just make an announcement? Is there anybody whose name is missing who attended either by Zoom or physically? We have quite a number of names. So, where are you? Where is Secretariat staff? Yetunde? Please, can you get their names? Because we have to know where they're seated. Okay, so that we can include their names so it doesn't drag us back, please. We will include your name if you attended and your name is missing, either physically or via Zoom, please. Any other thing on page 10? If your name is not there, you heard what I said just now. Is that we will include your name. Your name will be included. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. 15. 16. 17. Yes, for 17. 15. Okay. Secondary last line. Secondary last line. Is anybody taking these minutes, these corrections? I don't think anyone is. No, National Secretary is on his phone. Yetunde, who's taking the minutes? Page 15, second to the last line, or the last paragraph. Okay. Any other thing on page 15? Page 16? Page 17? Page 18? Page 19? $20? 21? The final page 22 on the minutes. In the absence of any other observations, can I have somebody move to adopt the minutes? And another second, please. Can we have somebody move, please, to adopt, please?
You want to move? I, Lukman Adeoti, move the motion for the adoption of the last minutes.
Seconder, please.
From Akwa Ibom State Branch, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, matters arising next. We'll go next to matters arising, but just before we kick off with that, can I just quickly recognize the presence of one of our great Akokites in our midst, Mr. Debisi Adebishe. I think that's the correct pronunciation. He's the managing director of Wema Bank. We bank with Wema. I bank with Wema. And I have some kind of relationship with him as well. Up school. All right. Thank you very much for coming. Matters arising. If there are no matters arising, then we'll move on to the next report. Matters arising. Okay, if there are no issues regarding, if there are no matters arising, can I have a report from the Secretariat?
Greatest Akokites. Yeah. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this 2020 annual general meeting of our Alumni Association. I'm delighted to recognize all past and present national and state executive members and many others who have at one time or the other served this association meritoriously. Even at committee levels, you have all done well. Please find below the reports of some of the activities. Deliberately, I will want to take my eye off some of the reports that have been presented by the president because I don't want a repetition because of our time. So I'm going to skip Alumni Zenith Bank project. The president has spoken extensively on that. I'm also not going to comment on the court case, which I think appropriate applications have been filed in the court, and that one should be struck out at the next adjourned date. The donation of the 16-seater bus is also an issue that has been presented by the president. Appointment of the chairman of our governing council. We are so much happy to have him around with us today. Dr. Senator Lanrita Joshua. We're grateful you're here. We also have many other distinguished alumnus who have been appointed as pro-chancellor and chairman of governing councils of other universities. One of them is our immediate past president, the Olorogun, Dr. Sonny Kuku, OFR, was appointed as the chairman and pro-chancellor of the University of Benin. We have Ambassador Dr. Goodnose Igali, OON. he was appointed the chairman, pro-chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Futa. We also have Dr. Mrs. Chidima Edith Uwajumogu, appointed for the Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi. We also have Ambassador, oh, sorry, I've read that. There's a repetition there. Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellor also produce these very distinguished universities. We are leading everywhere. Professor Ben Ogojafo, he was former Deputy Vice Chancellor in our university. He's now holding the haze as Vice Chancellor of Dennis Osadebe University and Y, Delta State. Professor Stella C. Chimek, Vice Chancellor, University of Agbo, Delta State. Professor Ibiemi Olatuji Bello, Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. The learned sick. Mr. Tokwe Smart, Group Managing Director, CEO, NEM Insurance, appointed President, African Insurance Organization. Mr. Rotimi Edu, President and Chairman, Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. Honorable Justice Oyeleye Adeyeye, Chief Judge, High Court of Ekiti. Our own Professor Lukman Adeoti, appointed Professor of Geophysics. Our own Professor Aderonke Lawal Are, appointed Professor of Fisheries. Our own Professor Bolajoko Dixon Ogbechi, appointed Professor of Business Administration. Professor Lukman Aziz, first Professor of Mass Communication, University of Ilorin, is our product. Professor Kayode Amond, Fellow of Academy of Science. Honorable Ayodeji Joseph, MD, CEO, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation. Mr. Adeola Olusodo, Executive Director, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation. My immediate past National Secretary, Dr. Aaron Akinloye. He was recently appointed as member, TET Fund. State fund. Oh. Okay, sir. I learned, the Vice Chancellor just told me that it's State fund technical team. So please correct me. Birthday wishes. We felicitated with following members who celebrated their birthdays recently. Professor Idowu Shoboale, a very distinguished professor of mass communication. He was 80. Prince Yemi Adefulu, MFR, he celebrated his 75th birthday. Professor Eddie Omolenyiwa, a retired professor of accounting, he celebrated his 70th. Professor Dele Olowokudejo celebrated his 70th. Chief Wole Oladipeku, just a few days ago, celebrated his 70th. Her Excellency, Princess Sarah Adebisi Soson, OFR, celebrated her 65th birthday. Professor L. Chukwu, Deputy Vice Chancellor, celebrated his 60th birthday. Professor Gbenga Nubi celebrated his 60th birthday. Professor Yemisi Bangboshe celebrated his 60th birthday. Her Excellency, Engineer Mrs. Noimot Oyedele, Deputy Governor of Ogun State, presently, he celebrated her 55th birthday. Mrs. Funke Amobi, she's country head, human capital, Stanbic IBTC PLC. She celebrated her 50th birthday. Mrs. Regina Chris Ogbodo, our very, I won't say flamboyant. She celebrated her 50th birthday and also launched a book. Professor Banjoko Dixon Ogbechi celebrated her 50th birthday. Professor Adepoju Teju, is it Tejumaye? Tejumaye, oh, that's a very big name. She's the first, she's becoming the head of department, mass communication of our university. I think she's the first. Let's give her a round of applause. Is it the first professor, a woman? Oh, surprisingly, women are taking over everywhere, so I won't be surprised. So Professor Adepoju Tejumaye is a man, yes. He's now the HOD mass communication department. Yes. No, I just have Tola Sunday. I don't have, okay. Tola Sunday also appointed as professor of mass communication. I also have Professor Shola Fajano of the Department of Business Administration. He was Vice Chancellor Jabu, but he's now been appointed as Vice Chancellor of another university. I think University of Lesotho. Yes. Yes, I think he's appointed the new Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho. Akokites, we are taking over. I don't know. Admission of alumni children. Yes, the Secretariat has come under serious pressure from branches that who is going to take over from them? That we have so many states where you have, we have alumnus there. And the issue with them is that their children should also be part of the University of Lagos. And somehow the Alumni Association is under some pressure there because we are not directly in control of admission. It is the university regulated by the policies of the university. But that is not to say that we don't have a say. But we compile our list and we send to the university, and the university will now act on that list. So we can only appeal to them to, first of all, work on their children, because the University of Lagos has a standard. And nobody is going to say, yes, we should lower the standard because you must come to that university. So if you cannot meet the standard, it becomes a little problem for us. So please work on your children to meet the standard required by the University of Lagos. I think that is the first thing. Courtesy visit. The Secretariat, as part of its routine visitation programs, visited some distinguished members of the association. Dr. M.Y.I. Salami is a past national president, and we visited him. And I think he encouraged us to continue to move forward. Mr. Kazim Malugba is the Chief Judge of Lagos State. And we also met him along with very distinguished members of the bench, who I think one of them is here. I want Justice Olukolu to please stand up for recognition. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Mr. Gbolahan Olufon is a past national president, and we also visited him. As part of our activities, we are looking at anything that will promote the brand of the University of Lagos. So the association is in partnership with Black Heritage, which is a very huge publishing company. We are trying to showcase the profile of some of our alumnus, and they have agreed with us. They have started the project. It's a partnership, and sooner they'll be knocking on your doors. We also decided that in honor of our presidents who have established this distinguished association, we should honor them, that anybody that comes in contact with the secretariat must see those excellent men, those distinguished men who have done very well for us. So we have all their pictures. If you get to our boardroom now, you see them all displayed, so that anyone that, including my children, when they come, they will sit there. Mr. President has spoken about alumni website. I don't have anything to add to that. Yeah, obituary, yes, we come and go. He has spoken about Professor Yebida Bobe, so I won't be repeating that. We also lost during the year Professor Duro Ajayalemi, a retired professor of educational administration. May his soul rest in peace. So lost Dr. Mrs. Utuama, is the wife of former Deputy Governor of Delta State. Professor Utuama is a senior advocate of Nigeria and a distinguished professor of law in our university. We also lost Elder Sonny Ekpo, a prominent member of Akwa Ibom State branch. The Alumni Association was well represented. Mr. Oluwole, also a member of Abuja branch, joined the Saints. We did what we were supposed to do for our own people. The president has also spoken about the courtesy visit to the vice president. No need to repeat that. I wish to express deep appreciation to all branches and chapters, chairmen for their support and contribution to the success recorded in the course of the year. The secretariat is also in touch with River State branch. They have since remitted their current annual dues, which if the president wants to, rather want us to take a decision on that annual due, because we all know what the Naira is saying. We shall celebrate their reactivation with pomp and pageantry. Finally, it is also important to say here that as an alumni association, our duty is to establish a strong relationship between alumni and the university, and to support the university to sustain its brand and tradition of excellence. We must be neutral and not dabble into the university's internal, which can cause rancor among members. Our goal is to promote inclusiveness and focus on promoting the brand, the University of Lagos. We need your collective support at the National Secretariat to be able to succeed in achieving these enormous tasks before us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much indeed, National Secretary. Just to add that all the appointments that you heard him speak about, the senior advocates, the vice chancellors, the pro-chancellor who is with us here, and it was our plan that for the year 2020 that we're going to honor them at the reception, but then we're mindful of COVID. But I still think that we should do that in the first quarter of next year by having a reception for them. That is not to take anything away from any plans that we have in December. But next year, there should be a reception for all these people because of the flag of the University of Lagos and the Alumni Association that they're flying. So we'll do that. And I just want to commend to all the chairmen of the branches because of history, we're trying to we put up some photos of past presidents in the boardroom of the Secretariat, but we're missing one. We're not able to get one because of some reason. They're not able to get a good photograph for us, or for some very important reason that they gave. But I think the chairman should also try and get past photos of the different chairmen, the predecessors, to be there, because it's history, so that you can always know that this man served before me, and this was the year that this man served. It helps to tell the story of the Alumni Association. Having said that, may I ask that we adopt the report from the Secretariat and get someone else to second? Yes. Please, can you just get up? I think the people have gone to sleep. They're not, yeah. You know what's going on. Secretariat, can you do some work? There's nobody moving microphones around, nobody.
I, Felix Boroto, Oriseko, move for the adoption of the report from the Secretariat.
Thank you. Just next door. If you want to be gender friendly, is it after the moving of the?
Yes, that was what I was rising up
okay.
to say. I'm not supporting it.
Thank you for pointing that out.
My name is Adeoti Lukman. I stand to be corrected. Appointment of alumni pro-chancellor. Probably Dr. Olukoya was equally appointed the pro-chancellor of University of.
He didn't accept it. He didn't accept it.
Oh, so I said I stand to be corrected.
You corrected me, and I'm correcting you now. 1-1. Draw. Go. Let's draw. As they will say, 1-1 draw. Okay, so can we have comments on it? We wanted to second, adopt it for discussion, but we can then marry the two together.
My name is Aderoke Lawalare. I want to second the motion for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So please, can we know those names? We have adopted the minutes for discussion. So let's go ahead. We've also adopted them. Let's discuss if you have any comments to make. Somebody was going to make a remark just now. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, sir. For records purpose, sir, on page 26 under obituary, the fifth person was just Mr. Oluwole, nobody. So I think for records purpose, this name should be properly included. Mr. Oluwole what? Because we have several Oluwoles in Abuja.
That's very correct. That is not good. It's not a good thing to do. And we should not be making such typos.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
so
sir.
Let's get the correct name and put it there. The first name and last name. And some people would like to include their middle name. Mr. Koshila would like to speak. He's there in front, Chairman, Abuja branch. What's his other name? The Oluwole? Adeshino. Okay, thank you. Please, are they taking records? Okay, any other comments? No other comment I can see. In the absence of all that, the report from the Secretariat is adopted and seconded, and we move on to the annual report on audited accounts for the year. Annual report, please. Yes. Can you give him a microphone?
greatest acolytes, greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest acolytes. My name is Harris Alade. I'm the National Treasurer of the association. I would like to start the presentation by referring you to page 27. I want to believe that we have gone through the financials, so I'm going to be very brief in the presentation. Page 27 is the content page where you have accounting policy, reports of National Executive Committee, report of auditors, statement of financial position, statement of changes in members' fund, statement of activities, statement of cash flow, notes to the accounts. I'm going to just concentrate on the statement of activities as well as statement of financial positions. So I would like to start from page 33. I would like to say that the year 2020 was a very difficult year. The NEC could not be able to generate enough funds because of COVID-19 pandemic. And as we all know. So in spite of this, on page 33, the association was able to generate total income of 21,216,532 naira. And the detail of that is in the note, which is on page 35. The majority of the income came from annual dues and registration. And you can see the activities were at the barest, were at the lowest level. Explain to anyone that has. The total expenditure stood at 28,539,001 naira. We have a deficit of 7,322,479 naira. And that deficit is standing at that. If we look at note 7 will show us that not all the expenses that are stated there belong to the year 2020. On the note 7 tells us that part of, the majority part of the expenses belong to 2019. It's in respect of special project, which is called the Green Power Project at College of Medicine. It's an accumulated expenses, which at the beginning of the year was 4,750,000. But the only addition in the year is just 830,000. So you can see that the position is not as bad as stated here because we have a carry forward situation. So I've talked about the net deficit. Then I would like to also ask you to go back to page 31. We have non-current asset position, which was previously described as fixed assets, but the current terminology is not current assets. The detail is on page note 10, and note 10 is on page 37. We only have one category of asset that is subject to depreciation, and that is computers, furniture, and fittings. So that's why we have the depreciation, that's the last item on page 33. So going back to page 31, then we have cash position, cash and cash equivalent, which the detail is shown on note 11. As at the end of the year 2020, we had 210 million, 87,332 naira as a position as at the end of the year. We also have receivables. The detail is on the note 12. And on that note 12, you will discover that the pledges, outstanding pledges, as at the end of the year, stood at 81 million. And if you look at the previous year, that figure was 116. 116. And there's a movement. 118. Okay. 118 million. And you can see the movement shows that means that you are able to 35 million between the 2 years. All right. And payables. If you go to payables, which the detail is on page 13, note 13, sorry. You will see that we have accrued audit expenses of 200,000. Then others that you see there, that is the outstanding payment on the vendor for the vendor for the during the election, the electronic voting. That is the outstanding that is due to the vendor. That's what is there. Then we have accumulated surplus. Accumulated surplus is the members' fund. And you can see the detail is on page 32. As at the beginning of the year, the members' fund stood at 901,855,602 naira, and it has reduced by the end of 2020 to 894,533,123 naira as a result of the deficit that we recorded in the income section. So we can, at our time, we can go to page 39 to do a comparative analysis of what the income, what the positions, financial positions for the past 5 years have been. So that is my presentation. And if there's any question that I want to ask, I'm here to throw light on them.
I'm sure there will be questions for you. All the accountants are in the house. But just before that, I'd like to very respectfully announce the arrival and introduce the presence with so much dignity of Senator Dikwa Odujunri, past president of the University of Lagos Alumni Association. Thank you, sir. Any questions? All the accountants in the house? All the fellows in the house? Yes, sir. So let's do it quickly so we can move.
Thank you, sir. My name is Fela Shokenu. On page 31, my question is this. Why do you have to move the special project from current assets to expenses? Why do you have to expense it? That's one question. But before then, page 30. That page 30, even though it's not yours, it's not your presentation, but it's not complete. That page 30 is not complete. That's the auditor's report. The opinion page is not there. So we need to have the opinion page on that page 30. Then on page 33, that special project that you have moved to expenses, which shouldn't be there, it has further, reduced the profit by that 5.5 million. Then note 1, that's page 35. Note 1, page 35. There you have rent received. In 2019, there was 629,000 there, but in the comparative year of 2020, it was nil. So I think rent is annual. So why is it nil? Yeah. Page 35, that's right. Note 1. Note 1. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you answer those quickly?
Thank you. On the opinion page, that was the error of the printer. But the independent auditor is here. When it comes up, he will, give you the detail of the whole thing. That was, supposed to be 2 pages, but the printer only put 1. And this is because we were rushing to get this ready. But the auditor will come up and give us the opinion page. Then on page 33, that you talked about, let me just talk about the rent that you mentioned. You are right. You are right that why is supposed to be nil, but because annual. Yes. The people that were supposed to pay on this property, they defaulted. And this has been mentioned in the secretariat, and the proper channel should be put across. A professor.
Sorry.
Oh, can I, let me just finish the whole thing. Let me finish the whole thing. You said it should have been accrued for. Yes, I agree. It should have been accrued for. Yeah. So can I talk about the special project you talk about? That special project will have gone into expense as donation in 2019 because it's a donation to Idaraba. You understand? But as at that time, that project was not concluded. So we couldn't expense it that year because if you look at the detail, you see that in the year 2020, additional 830,000 was incurred. So it was in that particular, at that point is the time to donate the whole garment, in the account. Yes. We cannot donate in bits. Yes. In the account. That's what is called special project there. Eh? It's an expense. It can't be an income. No. We are the one donating to Deraba. Association is donating, but the cost was still being, accumulated at the end of 2019. That's why it was in a current asset. But when we now finish the project, at that point, then it's now donated to Ideraba. There's no argument about that. All right.
I think I just want to add, sorry, order. Please, can we have one house, please? North American chapter. We know that time zone is affecting you people now. I just want to say that for those who have defaulted in the rent, I think these are largely made of the shops, isn't it? The shops.
Yes. One of the professors in the university is involved in.
Yeah, I think there were the issues of COVID, which affected so many individuals and corporate entities. But it's like a business. If you're not paying, then you'll be chopped out. We'll try and see how we can address that issue. We don't want to be insensitive. But I know that there was for the most part, quite a number of people had a hit with COVID last year. So 2020 was pretty much a bad year for some organizations. Some made money, like Elon Musk and the others. So other people didn't make money. So we'll see what happens. But I'm sure that for the accounting purposes, as has been stated, let's try and see how we'll get the proper accounting records shown. Thank you.
Any other question, please? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwafemi Ayobanjo. The only thing I want to talk about is I really appreciate how it has been prepared. However, I'm looking at the credit to risk, the risk exposure concerning the receivables. I was the one that I asked the same question last year. Yeah, I'm talking about the exposure, talking about the credit risk that is being exposed to the alumni. In the activities, I didn't see any provision for irrecoverable debts. And when I saw the question, there was a question I asked last year, and it wasn't really satisfactory, but this is not the time for blame game. So let us move forward. Yes, I need to get it right. We need to get it right. We need to have a prudential guideline concerning donations. Talking about 10 years recovery is not the case. If you make provision for debts and you decide to make provision, you decide to write it off. Now the advantage is this: when you're able to recover it, then it will it's the same thing. So, but the inability to make provision for it is going to expose the alumni to that risk. That's number one. And when the president talked about 1,000 being small, I was able to reason along with him. Because when we depend, we'll call it, there's what we call key man risk. When you depend too much on a particular stream to get, which is basically donations or pledges, then the day they don't pay, it's going to, now you can see, Because if you look at your staff role, your staff cost, it's still the same fees cost, 10 million. And of course, you have to pay. That is why we are having -7. And that's the truth. So it's preferable that we just take our time, whatever that we need to clear off now, let's clear it. Let's know the reality. This is what is happening. And the members also need to understand that, oh, this is why we want to increase the annual dues. So once we know that, it will be easier for people to understand. But the more we decide to make it look as if, oh, we can still recover from them, nobody, rational person will want to add more to that 1,000. Not because they can't pay, but you've given us that impression that we can recover those money. So it's important, please. Please. My full name, Ayobanjolo Afemi. I really appreciate what you've done, but I think the only thing I want to suggest is this. If we can be having a kind of virtual meeting, maybe once in every 3 months, and we can discuss most of these issues, then it will make your job even easier. Of course, I'm also an accountant, so you don't expect me to come here to come and start. I will never disparage you, please. I will never. I appreciate your job, but I think we can do better.
I think your point is
Thank
noted.
you.
As you can see, the year 2020 was a very difficult year. The NEC could not go out. We have a list. Even the auditors, the independent auditors asked the executive, I will give assurance that this amount is recoverable. We have the list. They are prominent people. So we didn't allow provision for bad debt because we believe, the NEC believes that the whole amount is recovered. And we are working. We are still working on it. By the time we present 2021, you see what will happen. So if we make provision, it's going to even throw the net deficit, and it becomes so wide. I understand what you're saying, that it doesn't really matter, but to show fairness. But I'm assuring you that the external auditor asked us, and we gave him assurance that this amount is recoverable because we have prominent people that made pledges. I hope you're satisfied. Which 2021?
More comment. Let's take that one so that we can move very fast today. 2 more, please, and then we're going to move very fast. Otherwise, we'll be here till 8 p.m. Unless you want us to be here till 8 p.m.
Voters are cockeyed. My name is Bemi Wawala, and I'm standing on all existing protocols. I'd just like to point your attention to page 35. Page 35, item 4, where you have the AGM/NEC expenses. So when you look at what was recorded for 2019, that's the sum of 934,106. And then the following year, 2020, we're almost doing a 2x at 1.667904. I think that I just want to point out that I think that it's important that we begin to check because there's no explanatory material as to how that, what made for the big jump, the huge, I won't say it's a discrepancy, but it's a very huge leap in terms of figures. And I think that it's worth pointing out. The second line item there is very understandable, which deals with election expenses, electronic voting, and other materials. Because if I recall, there were about 2 attempts at, using the electronic means to vote. So knowing that you have external vendors who charge for the supply of electronic voting. That's, even though it's a bit on the high side, yeah, because I do know that online platforms like online body, election body and all of that, I'm not sure that we would have incurred this kind of 1.6 million. I'm very positive about that. But I just thought it's important that we check these figures, so that we don't come next year and then the cost has gone 3x. we should be custodians of the people's funds, and we should be seen to be using those funds judiciously. Thank you.
Can you speak to that?
Thank you very much for that observation. When you look at the items that are matched together here, you can see the printing of annual reports, and inflation has made many things to just rise up. I'm agreeing with you that the gap is, the percentage increase, yes, is high, but I assure you that it's because of inflation. That's why we have the increase in comparison. So inflation might not account for it, like you said, yes, it's a pointer. We need to make sure that costs are brought down as much as we can. I agree with you. It's a good observation. But when you talk about the electronic something, if you are at the AGM or during the voting, you discover that we had crisis, we had emergency. The first set of people that were brought in messed us up, and then we have to bring in a different people to handle this thing during the time. So you can see that that amount, I don't think is on the high side. It's quite very reasonable.
Okay, this way.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing me. My name is Tony Akpabio. I'm an economist. I'm not an accountant, but we are related.
Are you related to the NEDC?
I've been in budget and planning for a very long time. I worked with Alhaji Abubakar in those days and all that. Now, I'm referring to all the pages. Auditor, I hope you are following me. We are referring to all the pages. I want to ask one question. Where do you draw these figures from? Because in normal circumstances, from the federal to the state government, even to families, they usually have budgets. And it is these budgets that you write down figures that people are going to spend. How do you reconcile an audited account with what was not budgeted for? We should, even though it is not in the Constitution, I think we should raise a motion during this period so that we start having a budget. We are a model institution. We should start having a budget before having an auditor. Because if you don't have a budget, what will the auditor be auditing? Thank you very much.
My attention was just being drawn to the electronic voting, that cost we saw in that place. There was a refund, but that refund came after the end of the year. So it's going to reflect as other income in 2021 account. 1 million naira was refunded. So it's going to reflect in the account of 2021, because this happened after the year end. I hope that makes my friend accountant over there happy. Thank you. Now, you were talking about budget. There is no institution that doesn't have budget. Alumni Association will have budget. And the budget for 2020 is already in the pipeline. So there's no association, no establishment that doesn't make budget. And budget is not subject to the approval of the
budget for
AGM,
2022, you mean?
Of the AGM. Sorry, 2022. I hope you are listening to me, sir. That we have budgets. Even for AGM, this AGM, we have a budget for it, detailed budget. So there's no need to pass any motion for us to be making budgets. There's no association that will not make budget. right? And the internal auditor works on this. This is one of the duties of the internal auditor, to make sure that the variances are reasonable, and if they are not reasonable, queries are raised. So there's no way budget will now be put in this brochure that you are seeing. No. It's only the actual that are reflected here. I didn't here. What I'm saying, you didn't hear me, sir. You didn't, no. It's administrative work. Listen to me, sir. I'm telling you that the
sorry,
budget.
I think there's a confusion between being in the civil service and running an alumni system. So we must have a meeting point.
So if you want a report, maybe you can go to Secretariat after this meeting and talk with the internal auditor. He has been working on things like that, comparing budget with actual. So that's the duty of the internal auditor. So it's not a matter for other.
Okay, can we have one last comment, please, so that we can move? We'll take that as the last comment on this and then move to that.
Thank you very much.
If you have any other comments,
My name still remain Honorable
send them across
Akim
and then
Abdullah.
we'll try and see how we can smuggle them.
Please, if you look at the financial record properly, not because I was once a financial secretary of this great association, but I will say that we need to give them a round of applause for their performance in 2020. They deserve a round of applause. If you have any company in Nigeria, I don't know, in 2019, 2020, and you know what have happened to your office, when you are paying salary and when you are paying it now, you know that at least they've tried their best. But that being as it may, I want to align with the speaker that said we must provide for provision for bad and doubtful debt. There is need. I think the financial secretary and the treasurer should, in future, try to create a provision for bad and doubtful debt. It's very, very essential in accounting. Also, sir, I think the bottom line, the risk in the management of the alumni presently is inherent in what we've been clamoring for a very long time, which is that we have what they call variable income, we have what they call fixed income. We have to be able to, we must match our revenue with our expenditure. And the only fixed income there is the annual due. If as of today, we are talking about 1,000 naira, that means all of us are just fooling ourselves. There are some things that we do, that we know inside us, we know within ourselves that we are not being realistic. That is number one. So the annual due basically should be within the range of 5,000 to 10,000 naira per annum. It should not be less than that. If you want, it's not every member, no, not all of us must be a financial member. Go and check anywhere in the world. Everyone doesn't have to be a financial member. You see a member of the alumni, but you might not be a financial member. You want to be a financial member, you want to take this kind of a book here, and you want, yes, you want to pay within 5,000 and 10,000 naira per annum. That's number one. Number two, sir. Have what they call everybody being a floor member. I'm just proposing, sir, that we should have category of members, like golden members. If you are an MD of Central Bank, you cannot be paying the same thing with just a school teacher. Let us be realistic. Let us become realistically. I have never paid 1,000 naira in any alumni. I pay 10, 20. That's how I pay my money every year. We know ourselves. Fingers are not equal. Don't let us deceive ourselves here. So you should be able to create, sir. I repeat, sir.
That's a very good comment.
Let us start to create.
Sorry, 1 minute. I can see that you're making a very good point, but you're facing the other side. Whereas the
some of them are here, sir.
Let me finish. Whereas,
yes, sir.
You refer to the bank MDs, and one is in front of me.
It's there. It's there. I'm sorry to the.
So that I can give us donation.
Then we have some members, sir. some members like we have been going to before, really, we don't really go to them. I remember those days, we just put there, we sit down and put the money there. Say, okay, let's just raise money and pay this, our brothers' annual due. Because we cannot be talking of annual due like them. For instance, one of them is for General Smith. You see, we can't be going there for annual due. We should introduce to them what they call life membership. A life member might pay ₦1 million. It doesn't need to ask me for any annual due again. Once you are able to pay about ₦1 million to the association, you are a life member. You don't need to pay any annual due. You see, we must try to move forward and move. We are now in the, sir, we are now moving to the digital world, because coming to somebody and say, the whole former governor, ex-governor, governor of Ogun State, please, you are not due of one. We should write a letter to him that we have a life membership, and for the life membership, so nobody will embarrass you when you are coming to the AGM. It's maybe 1 million or 5 million, and that's all. Or the post chancellor, Babalaki, you are an alumni, come and pay 1,000 naira. Or the current one, come and pay 1,000 naira. It's an embarrassment to a former senator, a whole senator. Just tell him, life membership here, Senator Solomon, your life membership here is 5 million naira. He's my brother. We are from the same party. Mr. President, sir, if you permit me, all I've said so far can be summarized as follows. I, Honorable Olubenga Akim Abdullahi, an alumni of the University of Lagos, hereby move today that the annual due of the alumni should be a minimum of 5,000 naira. And it should also be categorized, and the due should be categorized as follows. 1, golden members, diamond members, and life members. And the amount to be paid by them should be according to status. And we should recognize them as such. When you are writing the list of those who are paid, you put them in the front. Life member, 5 million, you put their name there in the front. It's part of recognition. We like recognition in Africa. We like chief. I must make them a chief by being number 1. Thank you very much, sir. And I want a second that.
Thank you very much. Your point is noted. All what you've said have been discussed previously about how we can increase the membership and get these categories of membership instituted. I'm happy you brought it up. I'm happy you brought up all the different categories and you've reiterated them. And I'm sure from the applause and the reaction from our great Akokites, that's been, as they say, carried, even before we put it to motion. So that will be done, because it will be embarrassing, as you said, if I go to the distinguished senators and say, please give me 1,000 naira for membership. You know that. I can't even look them in the face and say so. Yes, can you round up so that we can move on?
Thank you very much, sir. I want to round up by saying that the account we have, very prudent. And I want to just say something about the president. He doesn't approve any frivolous things. In fact, most of the things that the association is supposed to pay for, especially we're here today, the association is not paying for this place. He has taken us to so many places. The last place we have the NEC meeting and so on and so forth. From his pocket, he has been paying. If the association has been paying for these things, we'll be covering our faces at the deficit that we are going to have in this place today. So he has bailed us out of so many financial strain. But year 2020 was a difficult year. Pandemic didn't allow even us to go after the people that made pledges. And they were not even operating. It was a difficult year. So what we have here is the best we could achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I understand. We have, yeah. We have people online, great Akokites online, so we shouldn't forget them. I thought this was anomalous for the screen to be only one screen behind us. One should have been positioned at the side of the hall so that we can see what's going on. But I hear that somebody wants to make a comment. If you could quickly do that before we ask for the motions. 2 motions on the floor right now. One to adopt both, and then the suggestions that have been made.
Great, Agokite.
Great.
Great. I congratulate the president, the ESCO, Salami from Abuja. Hello. Hello. My president, worldwide.
Go ahead. Hi.
Hi, my president. I congratulate you for the successful AGM, and I supported the motion moved by the last speaker to have diamond gold for the life membership for starting from 5 million. Salami from Abuja, Jagaban 2, Jagaban 1 is in Lagos. Greatest of the greatest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, can I, before I come to that motion again, he has supported it, so we're doing things in reverse. But can we adopt the reports by the national treasurer? Yeah. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Mr. National President, sir. My name is Oluwarochimi Oladimeji. I showed you Olu 70. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I must commend this present executive under the able leadership of Dr. John Momo ON. Something that I've seen, and I must say it here, for those elders and those people who are coming up here, it has been a long way in this association. I'm not sure we have ever had a session where the financial account was being subjected to so long an hour. Please give them a round of applause. I look at the financial statement. I found that your expenditure for 2019 and 2020, when you compare it to your income, there's an invisible hand that is donating money somewhere. And that invisible hand must be subjected to auditing. Okay, I can see it. Who are the taxpayers here? Who are the tax people here? There's a man you should be after. I think the man is running away from taxation and putting more money here. So on this note, I want to move the adoption of the financial report as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Greatest Agrokites. I'm standing on the executive cost seat. My name is Comrade Salvador Tauhid Fedelapo, the treasurer of Lagos State Branch. I hereby second the motion for the adoption of the financial report for the 2020 AGM. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Salvador. Thank you. We've done that. This is the second motion about the categories that has been moved, that's been supported online. So we need to move to adopt it. The new dues. Yes.
Greatest Akokites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokites. Yes, it sounds more like that. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Muyiwa Ajo. Of the 89 to 91 class set, We want to appreciate the international president for your doggedness, sense of leadership, for your direction, and for everything God has given you the grace to be leading this great association. We want to appreciate you for all the promotion you've done for everyone that has come across you, and we want to thank you. And we want to assure you that you've not started yet. So much is still indicative for you to deliver. We pray that God will give you the grace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What, do I take it also that it was a secondment as well? Okay, thank you very much. One thing I can say is that if you think I'm going to go into politics by your speech, I would not. I will remain a professional. No, I'm just joking. I'm just saying that the accolades are too much. And thank you, but thank you very much indeed. It's for the common good, and it's a collective effort on our part. I have the greatest support from the NEC, and of course the fantastic support from the alumni. We may have differences, but I know that quite a number of you reach out to me, and this North American chapter, they have my back. I can tell you that. So I thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, so we have those two motions moved and adopted. Let's move on to the ratification of the appointment of the new external auditor, Kola Kalejai and Company. Secretary, are they here? Yeah.
Great Akokites. Great Akokites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokites. Kola Kalejai is my name. I stand here to present the independent auditor's report to the members of the University of Lagos Alumni Association. I am hoping that the IT would help us to put it on the screen. What happened is that I think the printer, they used to talk about printer's devil, decided to work on what you have before you that made only the second page to be printed. So I have the first page and second page I'm going to read through here, and they can put it on the screen. It's there now. Independent auditor's report to members. President, sir, what is your observation?
You have to ratify. We have to ratify his appointment. Could I? Yes.
Ethically, we also adopt the new auditor and now the report. You can't do report before adoption. In as much as the new auditor being appointed, and the AGM has to verify such an auditor. In the procedural aspects, it must be adopted. It must have been. So we have to. AGM has to approve before you read a report for us. That's ethical. You can't read audit report before being appointed. So the AGM must first appointed him, ratified him, and now proceeds to read audit report being prepared by him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Isn't that what we are doing? No, yeah, we said ratification first. I think that's on the agenda. The Great Salvador. Salvador. Comrade. I thought that's what's in the agenda, ratification first before the report. Unless you have a different agenda from me. We want to ratify him first.
Under the directive of my able president nationwide, I want to move adoption. I want to move a motion that the new auditor should be appointed and ratified by the AGM, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but can you rephrase that? Not, you are moving for it, not that you're being directed.
Okay. I, Comrade Salvador Tawhid Ifedolapo, hereby move that the new auditor should be appointed and ratified for this before we proceed to do the reports.
Okay, idea is needed. Who's next? Seconder.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think by the virtue of procedure protocol is the fact that maybe the treasurer should even introduce the auditor, because to a large extent, the auditor should be presented and you should be told to the House to say that this is the auditor, so that the House can now move a motion to be able to ratify the auditor.
That's a good point. We're being presumptuous, actually. Yes.
But I think it's not absolutely correct, because NEC has the power to appoint. What we are doing here is to ratify the appointment, not to appoint.
The
NEC has been given the power to appoint.
They need to see
So
who is,
I'm not the one to introduce him. Yes, because my financials is the one that he audited. So is somebody in NEC that should introduce him.
I understand. It's in one family. What he's saying is that let us see the auditor. Let's know who he is. Let's say his face.
Okay.
Maybe he has a missing tooth. I need to know
as
why
a member of NEC, not as a treasurer, I introduce Mrs. Kola Kalejaya and Co. He has been in the NEC for donkey years. Yes, he has been around for donkey years. Okay, he has been around for so many years, and then I retract that. He has been around for so many years, operating in one office at the other, and he has been so helpful, even to the new finance committee, showing us so many things because we came in newly. So he is an auditor of international repute. Why I'm saying this is this. In our account, we don't have a space for audit fee. Many people don't notice that. We can't pay auditors the fees that are being charged today outside there. So that's why we just give expenses about 200,000. So I'm saying that it's a blessing to the association to have him, because he's not going to charge us as being an alumnus.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll take it from here. Sorry, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, greater Corkites, by the powers conferred on me by the Alumni Association of Nigeria, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Kola Kalejaya of Kola Kalejaya and Co., and present him for ratification. And I would want him to say a few words, standing right here, not at the edge, in front here, please. Give us a few remarks. And let us know your antecedents. Have you worked in EFUC before?
Kola Kalejaya is my name. And we have a firm, Kola Kalejaya and Co., under which we practice. I am an alumnus of this university. I had my first degree in chemistry, 1983. I had my master's in chemistry, 1985, and I became a chartered accountant, 1988. And I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and a member of Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. I have practiced all my life, and to the glory of God, we have also been part of the Alumni Association since 1998, 1999. And I want to thank God for the growth experienced and witnessed in the alumni. Years back, we were contributing money to pay to the staff of the secretariat. And then we had the education office, and gradually we have grown to this level. That's just a little I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I heard that there was a point of order that his shoes are very, very expensive and his suit. But can I have somebody move for this ratification and other second very quickly? And I just want to let you know, because you know that we have, I don't know how to describe them, some colossus on this side of the table. That side as well. Just a minute. Because this table cannot contain everybody, so we have to move some now. At a point in time in the AGM, before we go to any other business, I would like to have comments from the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, and Senator Kanu Solomon, and just a few words, so that we can be all rounded in this AGM, and that we came, we saw, and we conquered. Thank you very much. Yes.
I, Dr. Bumemoshendemi, hereby move and to accept Mr. Kolawole Kalejaye as the external. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I, Mrs. Jaji Sherifa Tolasumbo, seconded for the adoption of Mr. Kalejaye as a new auditor.
Thank you very much. Kola Kalejaye and Co. hereby ratified to be our auditors. Can you give us your auditor's report right now? So that we can be in good stead with Salvador and the others.
I want to thank Mr. Salvador for the observation also. Yeah. Independent auditor's report to members of the University of Lagos Alumni Association. Our opinion. We have audited the accompanying financial statement of the University of Lagos Alumni Association, which comprised the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2020, the statement of income and expenditure and other comprehensive income, statement of changes in members' fund, and statement of cash flow for the year then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, these financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the University of Lagos Alumni Association as at 31st December 2020, and the financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international financial reporting standards and in the manner required by the Company and Allied Matters Act of Nigeria and the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria Act. Basis of opinion. We conducted our audit in accordance with international standards on auditing. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility of the financial statement section of our report. National Executive Committee's responsibility for the financial statements. The National Executive Committee is responsible for the preparation of the financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with international financial reporting standards and in the manner required by the Company and Allied Matters Act of Nigeria, and for such internal control as the National Executive Committee determine is necessary to enable the preparation of the financial statement that is free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Auditor's responsibility. Our objective are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or errors, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not guaranteed that an audit conducted in accordance with the ISAS will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individually or in aggregate, they could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. As part of an audit, in accordance with ISAS, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risks of material misstatements of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain an audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than for one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omission, misrepresentations, or override of internal control. To obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the University of Lagos Alumni Association internal control. 3, evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including disclosures, and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in manner that achieve fair presentation. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by the University of Lagos Alumni Association. Conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our report. However, future events or conditions may cause the entity to cease or continue as a going concern. Lastly, obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the University of Lagos Alumni Association activities to express an opinion on the financial statements. We are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with the management regarding, among other matters, the planned scope and timing of the audit. Report on other legal requirements. In accordance with the requirement of the 5th schedule of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, we confirm that we have obtained all the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper books of account have been kept by the University of Lagos Alumni Association insofar as appears from our examination of those books. The University of Lagos Alumni Association statement of financial position and statement of income and expenditure and other comprehensive income are in agreement with the books of account. Signed November 25th, Kola Kalejaye, FCA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I have somebody move to adopt the auditor's report? Another one second. I think we're going to do that. We're going to focus on the online and on those joining us via Zoom to do that, and that will be exclusively come from that platform. They've been typing. Okay, can I have, if you're joining us by Zoom, please come. I'm sure they can speak.
Hello,
so let's
sir.
have the voting up.
My president.
Somebody move the motion.
I want to move motion to adopt the report of the external auditor, Kola Kalejai. My name is Prince Mohammed Salami.
From which branch and your name, please?
Abuja Prince Mohammed Salami. Moving motion to adopt the external auditor report from ratify Kola Kalejai. So move.
Thank you very much.
My president, sir. My president, sir.
Second.
Yes.
My president.
Yes,
Additional
please.
secondment.
Go ahead.
My name is Samuel Inobo Akpan from Akwa Ibom branch. I second as so moved.
President, sir, I've been raising my hand for a long time, sir, and I've seconded the motion before this last speaker.
Okay.
Sir.
Add to the secondment then.
From the University of
Follow
Lagos
the
branch,
government.
sir.
Go ahead, please.
Sir, Professor Dixon Ogwechi Bolajoko from the University of Lagos branch hereby second the motion. Thank you, President, sir.
Thank you very much. I think a female voice just calms everything down. All right, then. Thank you. And I'd like to respectfully ask first the Vice Chancellor to make his remark, then I'll ask Mrs. Ojukudu to add to it. We'll all cap it up with Pro Chancellor, and then we'll go to the floor for Senator Gani Solomon.
Let me align myself with the protocol already established. And I want to say great Aquakites. Great Aquakites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Aquakites.
Great.
I want to thank God that we are here today.
Why you
to have
saying
our annual general meeting. The mantle that was given to me 4 years and some days ago, we have been able to move the university forward from not being reckoned with at the global level to being reckoned with and ranked among the 501 and 600 globally. And I want to assure you, as my Lord liveth, the next ranking, the university will have moved upward. We know the trick used by the other university in Lagos, I don't want to mention, by latching on our data. That was why last year they went up. And we were able to capture our data and send it to the appropriate quarter. And that's why we are on 501 to 600 this year. But I want to assure you that the next ranking will have gone higher. This same university, within this same period, we have been able to attract research grant of over 17 billion naira. There's no university in Nigeria as of today that can boast of that. That's equivalent of $37 million. Also, this same university, that is the University of Lagos, is a brand. Anywhere you get all over the world and you say University of Lagos, they will give you that honor because of the rebranding that we have done concerning University of Lagos. Today in this country is the first university to be reckoned with. And thank you very much. If you go to the space of the students, because I don't want to say much about the staff, I got a research grant of 38,000 euro this very year. And one of my mentees also got research grant of 18,000 euro. University is about research. And the research we are doing now is demand-driven research. Because what we speak about in the university is knowledge economy. For our students, we have exposed them to innovation entrepreneurship. I'm sure if not for the COVID, we will have been able to register companies for our students. The university will register companies for the students and maybe have 10% share so that in future, if the business is able to grow, at least we'll be able to get something out of it. This Harvard University, they do, MIT, they do. And we have gone a step further by having mentors for these students once we register the company for them. And also the Bank of Industry has given us what I would call a soft loan, 0% loan. The maximum the student can get is 2 million. The reason why they did not make it free is that, to collect the rainwater is very free, but you can use it the way you want. But if your water is metered, you'll be careful the way you use your water. And you can give these people 2 million naira, the next thing that they will escape to Canada. And that will be the end of the budget of the program. So it's better for them to be committed and eat what our students are doing now. In the area of innovation too, they are doing excellently well. Competition within Nigeria, most of our students, they come first. At the international level, they are doing well too. We know why they are not being able to come first at the international level. And we are working on that with some programs that we are buying for them. And I want to appreciate our Pro-Chancellor, distinguished Senator Prince Dr. Lanre Tejuosho, for the stability we enjoy in the University of Lagos, for the peace we have in the University of Lagos, for not aligning with unnecessary rumor in the University of Lagos. University of Lagos, we enjoy peace now. And if you come to the university, I make bold to say, even when visitors visit now, they can perceive, they can feel the peace. They can see the cleanliness, they can look at the landscape, and they are always saying, this is a university. And come March 16 to March 26, University of Lagos will be hosting the Nuga Games. We have done the flag off, and I want to say that there's no university in this country that has been able to showcase University of Lagos in that format. And I want you to know that as my Lord liveth, the Unilag Games of 2022 will be the best that we have ever experienced in this country. If you go to the sports center, you will see activities going on, people donating concerning that. The governor of Akwa Ibom has donated, and that is what they are using to do the pitch and some other things. Pastor Adeboye, Aji Shafe, and alumnus too, and some people have started donating for that. And you remember during the convocation, I did mention about 3,500 tablets for indigent students. And an alumnus, Dr. Jim Ovia, donated, and now we have the 3,500 tablets with us, which we are going to give to indigent students and also to blind students. I was in Germany 2 weeks ago, and I mentioned this at one of the meetings in University of, they call it Cologne, we call it Cologne. He said, I told them about these 3,500 tablets, and they were surprised that we could get a donation from an individual in that respect. We are looking forward for more support. If you go to the HRDC building, the renovation done there is over 200 million naira. Now, for the first time, we have the Natural History Museum, which we are building up the content. Support the management has been enjoying through him as the chairman of council. I want to thank all the members of council, which include the president worldwide of the Alumni Association. So on that note, I want to say thank you for the opportunity and God bless us all. Thank you.
distinguished President, distinguished Pro-Chancellor, of the Unilag Alumni, my fellow Akokites. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be with you this afternoon. I left the University of Lagos to the alumni until very, very recently when the new breed, came in. And I thank you. And since then, I've also been trying to get some of our distinguished former students, graduates of the university to support the alumni, because together, the great university, University of Lagos, we will continue to make it to excel. I've noticed most of the activities, and I commend all those who have actually been contributing to make University of Lagos the university of first choice. Anywhere you go, University of Lagos name two things that you can associate with it. First is honor, and the second is envy. Why the honor is well deserved, that envy, I don't know where it comes from. But as soon as you say University of Lagos, some people will say, Oh. And I will say, yes, University of Lagos is a showcase university, first choice, and nation's choice. It is not easy to pass through that citadel. Right from the inception of that university, we first had to combat the competitiveness of the University of Ibadan. When we were there, until the students, the graduates proved themselves in the business world as being the graduates that were first given appointments in the commercial sector, in the business sector, in government. And they were wondering why our curriculum in the University of Lagos happens to be one of the best in those days. And it is not an easy thing for you to enter. It's not an easy thing for you to pass. But at the same time, we had class. And it's that class that used to, when you see any graduates of University of Lagos, especially the women. I know the men too are there, but when you see the women, there is something about University of Lagos female that you will know that God has done an extra work on them in the way we carry ourselves, in the way we speak, and in the way we behave. And besides, on the job, we actually go the extra mile to excel. I'm very proud to have been a product of the University of Lagos. And I know anywhere I go, I carry that honor. That is a badge of honor that my university is the University of Lagos. I thank President John Momo for the invitation given to me to attend this AGM. And I had to change my date of travel to accommodate to be here this afternoon. I'm happy to be among you. We've gone out there. We've tried to uphold the name of the university. And I believe that there are many more distinguished people to come out of the university as we are trying to maintain that, that pace of being the pace setter. We will continue to do it. The Nougat Games that is coming up, in our own time too, Unilag, when we go for the games, they used to say Unilag for show. For show, but fortunately 1 year, we made it Unilag for gold. I'm praying that our students, Nougat Game of 22, Unilag will come first in almost all the games and make it Unilag for gold, Unilag for platinum. Under your leadership, your able leadership, I'm impressed with the way you have turned the university around. And I pray that in this your second term, you will continue to raise it to the greater heights with God on your side. Please don't relent, be focused, no distraction, and you will see that posterity will tell you well. I thank you very much. Under our son, the Prince of Ebaland, I don't look for anything less. You come from a good stock. And I pray there will be no ruffles under your leadership. Please, all of you, make God your pillar. Have the fear of God in whatever you do, in your relationship with each other. Let the fear of God be foremost. Once the fear of God is there, you will not hurt each other. You will relate and you will do the best for the institution. God will continue to guide you. Our worldwide president, this Unilag Alumni, under your able leadership, will continue to excel. We will all have good health. We will not go with COVID-19. And the next AGM will be more than this, because it will be in an arena where COVID-19 have gone and many people will be able to turn up from all over the country and outside the country. So we pray, oh God. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great Akokai. Great Akokai. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokai. Well, let me stand on the existing protocol. It is really a very good job that our madam has done. She spoke practically everything that I might have spoken, and I thank you for that, madam. Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity I'm having today to come to this AGM. The last time I couldn't come, but I sent my apology. But this very one, I made sure that whatever that is going to stand on my way will be pushed aside. And I thank you. It's been a very, very nice experience, particularly when you're at an AGM of where everybody is a graduate, and you have to present some papers, whether financial papers or something, and you're asking them to make comments about it. You will hardly find a situation where they will not find a thing to comment about. And that is what happened to maybe the treasurer or the auditor. And let me say this. We have quite a number of former graduates of University of Lagos, worldwide. Some have traveled, some are within the country. What is required of them is to just go to them. Some people are really interested in joining the association, but they are perhaps waiting for some people to come and trudge them on. And we can make it our business to make sure that at least maybe you bring in 2-3 people. And Chief Olawale Cole can bear me out here. We practice that in Rotary. You say, okay, for this Rotary year, make sure you bring just 2. And you can imagine a situation where everyone is asked to bring 2. And that's very year, which means it's times 3. The number will become times 3. So if we adopt a lot of system that can make us, we have a larger group. I remember during the time of Professor Abbas, and we were looking for who and who to bring into the Unilag alumni, and I have some names. And they came to Abuja. We went to some offices to introduce the Alumni Association to some people, and most of them joined. And we have quite a number of people that are still waiting. I remembered someone. It was when there was an issue. I believe that was during the period 2015. I don't want to mention his name. And his name became very popular for the role he played in the country. And I remembered he said he went to University of Lagos. And I was surprised. Look at him, which with the power he had then, it would have made a lot of differences in the name of this particular school. I commend the efforts of everyone here, particularly those people who are holding offices now, and we can still do more by helping them. And if you think we are helping them, we are not really helping them, we are helping the school. And we have a number of schools, maybe abroad, that when you hear their names, whatever money they get from the Alumni Association is much more than the money they generate themselves. And I believe if there's any school in Nigeria that can go the way of those schools is going to be University of Lagos. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Senator Solomon. And thank you, many thanks to you also to Alaja Jukutu and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Antonio. Before I ask the Pro-Chancellor to speak to cap this up, on behalf, there's so many distinguished people I would have loved to call on, but because of the time, it's to 6, and you know what that means. We've got to move things very fast. Just a quick motion that the first Vice President would like to move so that we can quickly get that off the way, and then I'll hand over the microphone, and then we can get the reports from the state, which I'll implore you to please make 2 minutes from the branch, all the chairman of the state, so that we can wrap this up within the next 40 minutes.
Great Agokash, greatest of the greatest of the greatest, distinguished colleagues, with the exit of Professor Oye Usi, ON, a lacuna or a vacuum has been created in the Board of Trustees. Consequently, we need to fill that vacancy. And I haven't consulted with my colleagues. I humbly move that one of our past presidents, an emeritus professor, Professor Abbas, Officer of the Order of Niger, be appointed to fill the vacancy created by the exit of Professor Kobe. I so move.
Hello. The very distinguished alumni president, Dr. John Momo. I want to also second this very important motion moved by Dr. Fasi Yusuf to make Professor Abbas the newly appointed Board of Trustee member of our session. Thank you very much.
Actually, you're supposed to move. Did you move? Oh, moved. So seconded. Thank you very much, because I was seeing this tussle between both of you. Okay. Pro-Chancellor, please. I know your time is fast spent. Yeah. Oh, yes. So I know your time is fast spent, but I just want you to add 1 more minute to it. While I do this, I'll call my friend from the MD of Weber Bank to also chip in a word before that. But I'd like to congratulate Professor Abbas. Professor Abbas, your reputation precedes you, so we need not say much. Congratulations to you. My best wishes to you for a successful tenure. And as you know, we all know the other members of the trustees. If you don't know, can I just read them out very quickly? You have Mrs. Thelma, I think, Ambassador Thelma Iremiren, Ashwaju Michael Olawale Cole, Olorogun Dr. Sonny Kuku, and Senator Dikwa Odujurin, who's here with us. So, Mr. Dibishe, can you just give us a quick word and then hand over the microphone to the Pro-Chancellor? I know that the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Chancellor have other things to attend to, but I'm just trying to hold them back down for a minute.
My the national president, Mr. John Momo, my senior, Obaptakad, the EXCO members, Vice Chancellor. I'm a very poor student of protocol. So I was telling Senator Ganiu Solomon, I'm indeed very delighted to be here. When my senior called me, you don't want to be punished, so you have to appear. So I had no choice. I also want to congratulate my prof. I was a student for 4 years, Professor Abbas, computer science. And of course, my mentor was the late Professor Shufoluwe. So I'm really very deeply honored to be here today, and I want to pledge that I'll be more committed going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, if you want loans, you know where to go to now. Make sure you open an account in Wema Bank. Thank you. Mr. Pro-Chancellor, sir, it's my honor to respectfully ask that you address us and give us some very kind words from you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members of your cabinet, I will say, my Vice Chancellor, our elders are present, my colleague, senior colleague, distinguished Senator Solomon, and of course, my MD, great Akokite, greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokite. Thank you. First of all, when I asked the secretary, I said the alumni are doctors, members of the alumni association, but I didn't see any doctor. And I was looking for excuse why I have not been coming for the alumni meetings. But he told me there are about 4 doctors here. So first of all, I want to pay all the 1,000 nairas. So, I'm looking at the president. He said he cannot look at me for asking me for 1,000. But I'm telling you, let me first of all pay all those 1,000 for all the years that I've not been. And I'm also asking all my colleagues here today that have not been coming to pay that 1,000 first. Before they face us with the diamond or the golden, I think that one we can quickly do this week to make sure we are up to date. Then we shall continue the other payments. I must say, seeing all the work that the association has been doing, I'm very impressed, and it is worth every meeting to be participating. When I was introduced as the Pro-Chancellor of University of Lagos this year, I was very elated because at the first council meeting, I introduced myself to all the members, the Vice Chancellor included, that I am a 3-star general of University of Lagos. I'm a 3-star general because I had my primary school there in the University of Lagos. I was a Jambite in the University of Lagos for 1 year, and I spent 6 years in the Diaraba. So I told anyone to stand up if they could be generals like me. So I have no choice but to ensure that everything that it takes to make Unilag University of First Choice, not in Nigeria, in Africa, I must do. There are so many distractions, of course. Even in our faith, they will tell us that when things are going very well, the devil will try to make sure that they try to disturb that growth. So if you understand very well, you must know that you must not encourage any negativity in the institution. So I was determined that I'm coming in to inject peace into that institution, which is my institution. And to support that, I introduced to the council what we called 1C for 3C. That is one council for cooperation, creativity, and consolidation. So, which is what all members of council always remember whenever we want to have any issue of misunderstanding and so on. But there's no way you will have more than 2 people in any environment that you won't have some misunderstanding once in a while. But it's the maturity of how you handle it that is important. And then most importantly, I want to implore this association that you have a lot of work to do. It's not just by word of mouth to be saying you are from Unilag. You should be our foot soldiers out there. Because most of the problems we are having, or we had in the past, so we'll never have it again, were because we kept quiet where we should be talking. Whenever there's any negative story about University of Lagos, you must be out there on the social media fighting for Unilag. No matter what, even if Unilag is wrong. Because if you want to solve it, we come into these alumni meetings, we come and talk about our negative aspect, not out there. Because all these negative stories, they are the things that are giving us the low grades internationally. They don't talk about all our achievements, all the grants that we attract, that is the highest in this country, all the good work that the Vice Chancellor and his team have been doing all this while. So we just need to make sure that no matter how bad or good, we must make sure university first, the institution first. Then we come back into this room and fight ourselves, solve our problems, and we go out there again laughing. Then we will know that we mean well for the university. We mean well for the students, and the students they don't want to associate with anything negative about their institutions. So I want to implore us that we should please carry it now, this alumni for 3C, cooperation, creativity, consolidation. I want to thank the president for steering the ship of this alumni association very well. And also I rule out of order Mr. Shodunu. We are not going to look into his taxes. We thank you for all your donations, and I'm sure with the diamond and the gold initiative that you have introduced today, donations will keep on coming. I thank you all for listening, and after paying all my outstanding dues, I shall be part of this more regularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, the Pro-Chancellor. Thank you, everyone. And thank you all, one and all. I deliberately did not respond to Olu 70's tax insinuations. My taxes are in order. You know, if we don't pay taxes, they'll come after me. Anyhow, thank you very much indeed. I think we're getting closer to the end of we still have a report from the branches, and then we can do the AOB if there are AOBs. Report from the branches. I want us to do it as swiftly as possible. It's in there. Oh, sorry. I understand it's there. So please read it and make sure that you understand it. If you have any questions, you can let us know in us. Right? Yeah. So, any other business? The other? Oh, should we adjourn? Okay, great. Before we adjourn, before I ask for adjournment, I just want to say one or two things. The protest mentioned negative stories. I just want to stress the fact that negative stories, in fact, chip and impinge on our ratings. Whatever we do on the social media is read by all the international people of concern. You should know that. And then I'd like to say that one thing is that we should look out for each other as members of one family, the University of Lagos. When one person is down, let us try and see how we can help that person up. I'm speaking personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of NEC, but I wasn't particularly happy the other day when I saw a member, an alumnus, who was being filmed and put on the platform because of the fact that he was staying in a place that wasn't really palatable and it wasn't the best place to be. Even if he had to be chucked out, that's fine. But don't put it on the social media because it carries the name of the University of Lagos. And that can be seen and interpreted by other people to mean this is the kind of people we are. But if going on further, the man needs help. So we need to find out first. We're doing some investigations at NEC to find out what we can do to help him. If he's just been somebody who is difficult, we will still try and see how we can help him. But if the man is down, and down can be interpreted in so many ways. It could be psychologically, it could be on a neurological basis, it could be in terms of finance. We could also help. So rather than bring him down and make it so demeaning for a human being as ours, let us not do that again, please. Social media has a way of amplifying things. The person who posted it may be doing something good to say, don't do this, this is not right. But it can be misinterpreted and then it can be used against us. You know, we can go to a place tomorrow and we're looking for something and they say, look at, you're one of those people, you people live in so and so places. So I just want to implore us to please, be mindful of what we post on social media. It's a place for us to, have remarks and criticize and so. But let's not abuse each other on social media. Our platform is full of so much hate. And it's not right. I belong to other associations, like some of you do. And it shouldn't be so that we're abusing each other every day. We wake up in the morning, it's an abuse. You go to bed at night, it's an abuse. And then you discourage other people who want to join us, other distinguished people who are very well-meaning. Say, what kind of people are these? And there are just 280 of us on that platform. 10 of those people, 280 people are making the trouble. There are over 40,000 alumni, so they don't represent the whole alumni. 400,000. So it's a infinitesimal in terms of numbers. So please, that's my word for us. As the president, and the first time I call myself president of the alumni, as the president of the alumni, I plead that we should just reduce the tempo on the platform. Please. Okay, on that note, I would like to ask somebody to move for the adjournment of the meeting. Somebody to move for the adjournment of the meeting. Adjournment, please. Can we have, where's the microphone? Please hold on.
The chairman of council, the vice chancellor, the president, and members of the executive of the alumni. Name is Iyanda Olukunle, 1965 graduate of business admin. I think we have had a very pleasant evening, and I think someone made a remark earlier that when things are succeeding, usually you often have the devil trying to throw in a spanner in the works. And I think we must avoid this. If any discordance or disagreement has emerged as it seems, I think I would suggest that the president should have a different session where these things could be ironed out. I think we have had a very beautiful evening. The chairman of council had remarked that there is no gathering of two people where you will not have some kind of disagreement, unless they are all mumus. So if there is this disagreement, please let the executive look into this privately and resolve it so that it does not tarnish. We can't use this forum to begin to air such discordance. First, I need to congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the alumni on the various achievements that we have been reported on the University of Lagos. As a proud foundation student of the university, we take pride that the University of Lagos is first among equals. In the real sense, it is the first university because before it, you had University College. And we, of course, are the first indigenous university. In this regard, I just want to ask or to draw attention to two things. One is that next year, the University of Lagos will be 60. 1962 to 2022. And I'm just wondering, the Vice Chancellor, if there is any celebration that is envisaged, because I had once approached the alumni office, whether it should be possible to have a gathering of the foundation students, those of them that are remaining, to have a get-together on that occasion to reminiscence and to maybe contribute whatever to the university. The second thing, of which I had written the council earlier, the old council of the university, is about the tradition of the convocation ceremonies. And I draw experience from the University of Ibadan. Its convocation is always November 17 or thereabout, or 13, which is the foundation day of the University of Ibadan. Similarly, the foundation day of the University of Lagos is January 18, 1962. And I believe that convocation should be held on such day. That has been the tradition. Now that convocation is held on just any other day, it does not maintain history, it does not maintain culture. And I would suggest that, Mr. Chairman of Council, that Council restores the convocation ceremonies of the University of Lagos to its foundation day, which is January of each. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to the chairman, congratulations to the Vice Chancellor and the Alumni Association on the various distinguished achievements that the university has recorded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have information concerning this. The year 2022 is going to be a glorious year in the University of Lagos. We are starting with our convocation coming up January 18, 1920. And the Pro-Chancellor is here I am sending him a message. Because we are together, he knows how to kick me. I know how to do sliding tackle because I cannot kick him. So we are hoping that the convocation lecture will be January 17th by the grace of God. January 18, 19, 20 will be for the convocation. We know next year we are going to have our 60th anniversary in October. We have already started planning towards that. So 2022, we are going to have convocation in January. We are going to have our Nuga Games in March, and we are going to have 60th anniversary October 3rd, 2022. So I want to assure you, sir, that definitely we are working on it, and we are going to invite all the foundation members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I've just been told now that so that we do not sidetrack the people who are joining us via Zoom, that Abiola Shuremekun, so we're now changing things around, has moved the motion for adjournment, while Mr. Michael Asukwo has seconded the motion. Please note that in your records. And I want to say thank you very much, everyone. And God bless you. There's refreshment afterwards. Have a wonderful evening. Because I'm going to be leaving for the airport, I'll crave your indulgence for us to. Okay, we'll say the closing prayer. Before you go out, closing prayers. I'll crave your indulgence to leave as soon as possible once I see of the Pro Chancellor and the VC. Let us pray. Let us pray. Let us pray. Let us pray. Prayer cannot be held in a noisy place. Please, let us pray. Let us pray in Jesus' mighty name. Father, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for this AGM. We thank you for your presence. We thank you, oh Lord, for all those people who are still speaking, even though we are praying to you. Father, please forgive them all. Lord God, Heavenly King, we thank you for all members of the Alumni Association, the University of Lagos, all our family members. We ask, oh Lord, that your hand will continue to be upon us. And for those who are traveling, Father, please take them to their various destinations and let them have cause always to glorify your holy name. Bless our university. Let it prosper and grow from strength to strength. Bless all alumni members. Let them continue to prosper. May your glory shine in their lives, Father. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Greatest acolytes, can we please just have a queue around the food, please. Let's do it orderly. Let's be orderly, please, and let's consider every other person. Let's be orderly. Thank you. Please, can we allow the high table? Leave that side, please. On my left, please. Allow the high table to be on my left while we use the right. Greatest acolytes, please. Those on the left, please. Let's use the right side. Thank you. And let's please follow the queue. Consider other people, please.
Èdùmàrè sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, mo dúpẹ́. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Èdùmàrè sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, mo wá ṣọpẹ́. Hallelujah. Orí burúkú kì í ṣe tèmi o, mo dúpẹ́. Ìbànújẹ́ kò sí lọ́rọ̀ mi ò, mo wá ṣọpẹ́. Orí burúkú kì í ṣe tèmi ò, ẹ̀bẹ̀ mo bẹ̀. Àyànmọ́ mi kò sẹ́dá tó lè padà, ẹlẹ́dá mi yóò mọ bẹ̀bẹ̀. Àyànmọ́ mi látọwọ́ Olúwa, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣì mí ní kò padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi yóò mọ bẹ̀bẹ̀ yé, ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lókè ayé. Àyànmọ́ mi látọwọ́ Olúwa mi, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣì mí ní kó padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lókè ayé. Àyànmọ́ mi látọwọ́ Olúwa mi, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣì mí ní kó padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi yẹ kó bẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹ. Ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lókè ayé. chief commander, Baboluwashina Babaroti. Baba Bukola Kio, Baba Olanrewaju. Odile Robe, Ìyáyé ọmọ Lọ́lá. Samson Ogunlade o, Ọba Ìjìnlẹ̀ ọkọ̀ Lọ́lá. Vasco da Gama, Baba Jẹ́jú. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìwé ọmọ Lọ́lá, Baba Yẹ́misí. Ayọ̀délé Dàrẹ́tọ̀, àwọn Lọ́rílọ́ rẹ̀ sí ní Baba Ṣẹ́gun. Ó di ilé ròdè, ọ̀kẹ́ àmì kò Baba dúpẹ́. Mo jí kékeré jí mọ̀, Baba ló ń kí ni ọkọ̀ Fáúsá. Débẹ̀lá Débèjì, ọkọ̀ Làbákẹ́. Àrùkìdì ò bàbá ń jẹ ìwà ọlọ́lá. Ájírù mi ò bàbá mẹ̀gbá. Àwọn àkọ́bí ló lè lẹ́ ọmọ ọlọ́lá. Òbí ọmọ dàda. Monday John ọlọ́lá bàbá Fẹ́mi. Ọlọ́lá, alájà láwí ọmọ, alájà sọ́dé. Alájà láwí ọmọ. Ọlọ́lá, alájà lámì ọ̀pọ̀, alájà Ṣadé. Alájà lámì ọmọ ọlọ́lá, alájà lámì ọ̀pọ̀, alájà Ṣadé. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi ká má kúrò, ká mú jẹ̀gbọ́n kúrò, Ṣadé dára lóbìnrin.